Greetings, I am at Pillar Nexus of the Ancient Gladiator today with more EVE Online. Today is July 11th, 2024, and next Thursday will be when I gotta extend the Omega time with the game. So I'm currently thinking about whether or not to keep with it. It would be nice, but sometimes I have to wonder if maybe I should spend my time on something else. I don't know. So let's go ahead and do our usual checks here. Recent transactions. It's the last thing I did. I think that was the last thing I saw before going to bed. I missed completely. That's right, the probe selling. Sold biofuels, superconductors, inventory shuttles, guidance systems, power diagnostic systems. Nice. Oh yeah. Uh, so one of the things I'm gonna have to keep an eye on while I'm still doing the planetary industry is checking other markets because apparently some things are just not found where I'd like to find them. Yes, Avatar. It's like I have cheaper shuttles here in Metropolis, but checking out Avatar, they actually, you know, might be willing to pay a little bit more, things considered. Ah, no, wrong selection. View market details. It shows Metropolis market. Gonna say, is there a way to change this market without having to actually, go there? I mean, it's only a couple jumps away. It's not um, too hard. It's still. Oh, I'll get all my money back on the metal scrap order. Yeah, that was kind of a weird venture of mine. Well, check out all the usual stuff and just try to have a relaxing time today. I was working earlier, made a lot of progress there, and happy to come home. It'll be interesting seeing how next week turns out, though. Okay. Well, do I want to take these back and start actually making them, or keeping on with the research? I mean, might as well. Yeah, core probe launcher and core scanner probe because I feel like it's good to have those options around. Yeah, the launcher blueprint was fairly cheap. The probe blueprint was crazy expensive. It's like really, all right. It might make sense, but still kind of weird. Let's see what we can do today for daily stuff. Yes. Two away from the skill point jackpot. And then I'm currently got my booster going for the cerebral accelerator because, hey, I'm going to take that 5-plex and put it towards the accelerator every time. Okay. So, stomp pirates or make shit. I think I can do both. I want to do the timing. Those will be done later today. That'll be done in the morning. I stay up late enough. I could stay up late enough because I don't have work tomorrow. One of these days I'm going to have to try the research agent missions. Just because. I mean, there's this person. Alright. I'm going to double check my planetary industry. What has been going on lately? Um, Other than work, because I, I say more than enough about work. It's time to shut up. Uh, I see the V Shoujo auditions, and I'm curious if they'll be open to more guys, uh, like they are with Kuro. No, that's a special case, but you never know. The As someone put it, maybe it's time for V Shonen. Some, but I see a lot of people are happily announcing their application, and I'm like, wait a minute. Sure, it's a wise idea. No other places kind of frown on it. I see why these are hard to find market-wise. See, no orders, but someone is paying big bucks for it. Let's compare that to transmitters, a little bit cheaper, and consumer electronics, even cheaper than that. Miniature electronics are rare and expensive. So I've been thinking about maybe bringing an end to the planetary industry thing. I'm, I'm thinking if I ever, maybe someone else is out there and it's like, what do I need to do to stop doing? First off, is let your extractors finish doing their job. Secondly, go to the basic industry where it's connected, go to any routes, and delete any incoming routes so it can't receive anything anymore. And then go into can you expedite the no, storage? So the expedited transfer can only come from launch pads and command centers. So I think what you might have to do is figure out how many more you have to do to finish this, buy that off the market, bring it, drop it off the launch pad, expedite transfer to the facility, let it do that final production run, and then once that's done, then take it down. Solid storage. It's it's not storage, so expedite transfer is not an option. You have to actually let it finish, let it be empty, and then close it down. Yeah, I think I could make more. I could put a heavier focus on. Um, what is my computer doing? Hold on. The game just crashed on me. Hold up a moment. Hold the hell? Okay. Um, just went really freaking weird. Let's see here. Let's try this. We'll try it again. We'll restart the game. Get everything situated in OBS. Oh, my computer's telling me I gotta restart to install updates. Great. I will install them later. Leave me alone until then. Yeah, planetary industry is a considerable time investment if I choose to make it so. Okay. It's back up. All right. Now the weird thing is on my end, on the OBS end, it's showing the video very squished, which is just really unusual. It's like media scaling. Yeah, it's going to look weird on my end or on my OBS. Like how the hell? Let me try this. Okay, that fixed. That fixed that. Okay. Yeah, that's weird as hell. All right. Yeah, I think the one thing that would make me kind of step back from the planetary industry would be if I'm ready to just kind of call it quits in the game itself. Kind of don't want to right now because it's actually kind of interesting. Okay. I think there's something I want to try on this. Links. There's something in the priority of the links, right? Routes. Gotta be something. Transmitters. Part of it's the silicone being so little. It's probably messing with it. It takes two extractor heads just to get any silicone at all. Pain in the butt. Okay. Going to set the extraction program. 21 hours means I'm checking it around noon tomorrow. I kind of want to be up a little earlier than that, though. That's 12 hours, 3 in the morning. Half-hour process to the next level. Hour process. Probably set it for 15 hours. Is 6 in the morning, 7:30. If I'm up by 8, everything's processed. If I'm up by 7, I take care of my personal shit that actually matters. Uh, and then get into the game about an hour later and check it, and then it's ready to go. Uh, there's another thing to figure out is alternative production lines. See, I kind of need some of this crap. I need all this. Figuring out I can do it all on, do everything I need to do on one planet path. Something, something I can do when that skill maxes out. The question is, how much more power am I actually getting out of it? Currently 17,000. What more am I going to get? It doesn't say. All right. So go ahead and start that. Let me start. Set 15 hours. Yeah, going back to the whole VTuber thing. I have to wonder entertaining I am. I mean, I'm not going to wonder stupidly at, oh, how could anyone find me entertaining? How? I'm not gonna. I guess I'm not gonna think like that. I don't want to. Connection, connection. Hold in there. Connection good again. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna wonder about that. It's just there are a lot of people having doubts and all that. Did not make a single freaking orchid. That's because I don't have the robotics over there. With the robotics over, it'll take um, not enough bacteria and enough condensates and enough robotics. It's going to take 4 hours. All right. Although I do genuinely wonder, um, where people are finding me. If it's just straight up browsing on YouTube or something. Oh shit, I need to move the extractor. Ooh. Yeah, that would make all the difference. But yeah, I'm just surprised, but grateful and curious. Mm, no? Magic 71. Oh, okay. Start it. Seriously? Ouch. I have to reroute all this crap now. But I noticed that I've been seeing more people um, show up around here, which has been pretty interesting, but really cool. Did I remember to fix the time? Or it felt like it was taking forever to even get that 10 subscribers. But now, like over 60? Like I'm pleasantly surprised and again grateful. Okay. So I have to wonder what it is that really works well for what I'm doing here that people are really into. I've got, you know, the streams that I've been doing recently, my videos of tabletop games and PC games and all that other fun stuff. And my shorts, people still check out the costume shorts, which is cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep trying stuff, seeing how far I go with it. So speaking of things I'm doing here, um, stuff I want to do going forward. I think I have a crafts video lined up. Um, and I'll work on it later tonight when it's a bit cooler. It's still hot right now. And then there's the assemble 40K terrain idea, and there's the stitching projects. I may just have to just drop everything and focus on the stitching at this point, because I need to get it done and it hasn't been getting done. Alright, next one. At some point, summer will start winding down into fall, and as it cools down, and start fitting my costumes again. Drop one, two, three, four. Build another facility. Synthetic oil makes fire protection solutions. Oxides make something else. Just out of curiosity, fire protection solutions require. Could use those test cultures finally. Fertilizer requires bacteria and proteins. Require complex organisms, which I could make on the temperate planet instead of my usual crap. Oh yeah. Kind of wanted to talk more about the whole um, audition thing that was going on, but there's a lot of heated takes right now. I have to think. Maybe when things kind of chill out a bit, talk about talk about that. But right now, it seems like a lot of people are still hooked up on some misconceptions, or they're letting one thing in that history dominate their view of it. And yeah, there's some precedents for stuff that's already happened and all that, but if they really want to step things up the way they say they do, then just trust the process and see if they make good on it. But that's the thing, isn't it? Uh, do I really want to talk about this? Okay. So, if you are a creator, you have any amount of recognition right now. Oh, wait. Is a better spot over here? Mm, all this struggle with electrolytes. God damn it. You know, either a lot of people know you or a lot of people don't know you. And the people that know you are either known or unknown themselves. One person is not going to know everyone else, and they're not going to be known by everyone else necessarily. But it's hard to like promise that someone is just doesn't know about somebody else. It feels complicated sometimes, but I think the important thing is if you're serious about applying to be shoujo, one, keep your mouth shut about the fact that you're applying, and two, don't be talking shit about the process right now. And give it the old hindsight view later. Ultimately, just either apply or don't. And regardless, don't really say too much. I've said before that I probably, wouldn't want to join an agency or anything. That I'm okay with flying under the radar or whatever. But what if I'm wrong? What if maybe trying is something? I mean, does it really hurt to see, what if, even if, you know, it doesn't work out in the end? Right now, I've got my job. It doesn't really pay much, but it's stable and they rely on me there. So I'm going to keep doing it for as long oops, as stores around and I'm physically able to do the job. I look at the online world and a lot of things are just so fleeting. Like, you know, are people going to be here tomorrow, the day after that, the week after that, the month after that? It's hard to tell anymore. Things are just kind of on a shaky ground. Doesn't help that there's always constant worry of me of, but what if the internet just went down completely? What happens? All right, I'm gonna give my ears a break with my headphones and go on to the next part of this. Okay. I don't want to worry too much, but at the same time, those possibilities are hard to ignore. Okay, so let's go do the usual shuffle. Oops. Local. Oh my god, it's such a stack for me. This is what I still have in there from last time. It doesn't make sense to just drop off a 5. So, yeah. Readjust all these little windows. Okay. Oh yeah, did I show you? I put the freaking scanner on my probe after taking it off the burst. Because, one, the probe actually makes sense for having um, scanners. Should I put drones on this thing? I mean, it mentions. Always read the description for your ships for clues as to how to really make the most of them. Oh. Spend the money to get the things to sell for money. We'll put towards the bigger things for bigger money. Okay. Right there. Seems like a whole lot of trouble could be saved with more reading. Right. What else? Oh yes, I finally have my information to figure out what to do next in this battle tech thing that I've got going Fridays. So, make a quick little pit stop. So, I have a little light mech, and that's going to be my starting point. I have a starting pilot. I need to come up with a name for, um, because we're doing the Solaris 7 stuff. So it's like, okay, what's a name for my stable of gigantic fighting robot gladiators? I'm still working it out. And it's something silly or something kind of serious. Not sure what to go with. But that's how I'm gonna keep my Fridays fun for me. Because I really do need to get out of the house more. And the game store is just it's just already there, so might as well make the most of it. A burst. I cannot afford to make 2 bursts. Forget burst. What about probe? No, not probe. Probably not Rifter either. Can't even make one power diagnostic system. Can I make bullets? Not that many. Who's buying bullets? They are, or I could try to outsell them. It's something. And whatever sets this off is what matters. Okay. The words. Clear that. Clean everything. Almost a million. Ever marks that I almost never use. Okay. Money transactions. Daily goal rewards and tax. That's part of that's part of why I don't really play the lotto much anymore. Is yeah, the money's nice, but then I have to pay taxes on it anyway. It's so stupid. All right, let's allocate this. Let's allocate the hell out of those skill points. Let's allocate the freaking crap out of them. Uh, uh, as much as I have fun with swearing, I don't really want to go too overboard on it. Some people say even worse shit. So it's like, really, this this is what people want to hear other creators say. Really? Oh yeah, those don't sell, do they? Cover repair, diagnostic, damage control. Why do I have these extra cargo holds? Uh, I mean, the idea is to not get into fights in the first freaking place, and I end up in a fight anyway. I'm kind of screwed. DC1. Challenge 12. It's shades. Oh yeah, it doesn't take anything off the grid or the CPU. That feels essential. It's like I really don't need all this crap if what I'm trying to do is actually get to destinations. If I know I'm gonna fight, I'm gonna come back and grab my Rifter if it's a little fight, or the Thrasher, or the Tombstone, or the Ass. I, the Rupture. I named my Rupture Tombstone. It's a Rupture. Although speaking of Tombstone, uh, one of the podcasts I listen to is on YouTube and other places. It was a shit show. Yeah, about movies and other. Mainly, it seems like it's mainly about movies that had troubled production. But I was listening to the one for Tombstone since I was out pretty recently. It's always interesting to hear about these various things people put a lot of money and time into for entertainment, and it just goes weird. It's like how did things get to that point? Exactly. I'm curious to know. I might have caught bits and pieces of Tombstone, but I don't remember. I remember at the either the books again or some other place with some used movies. I might go looking for it. I might walk down to the local library that's still open and maybe see if they have that for rental. Yeah, the one I keep walking down to, the Lucero, they're going to close for renovations in early August, which will mean that the only other library I can go to potentially by walking there is the Rollins on my veranda. The Berkman is apparently not going to reopen until early September, which leaves a 1 month hold in libraries I can walk to. Okay. A lot of some extra reactive metal. I need them for both. I need them for a lot of water-cooled CPU, which I make here, mechanical parts on ARM3, construction blocks over on my lava planet, and nanites. I'm probably going to take. Um, let's make room on the ship first. 20. Okay. Transmitters and synthetic oil. I still have plenty of synthetic oil here. I'm actually going to just import 20. I'm going to sell the remaining 40 on the market. That was everything I'm going to import. Transfer. Okay. Yeah, I took up all the miniature electronics because it's going to make more smart fab units. So yeah, imported 20. That's going to make 2 sets. Which I'll actually end up. I will keep those ones. So these ones are going to be for sale, along with the guidance systems to transfer any reactor metals out and take out the Kami. Okay. Transfer, load up. Now to see if I have any extra plasmoids in the command center. Yeah, there's a lot of movies I really, I don't know, really want to take the time to actually go watch at some point. I wanted to see Seven Samurai, but it didn't come to a local theater for the anniversary re-release thing they were doing. Stop. Apparently it's that one and uh I don't want to mispronounce this and sound like an absolute dick. Hold on. Do they bring it up in this book? It's either Harakiri or Harakiri. Whichever of the two it is, that movie. Uh, that and Seven Samurai are like, yeah, these are the two movies you really need to see. So I'm curious. I want to go check it out. Screw it. They don't sell it for much anyway. Okay. See, we're going to bring 5 more over. Okay. Nanites. Robotics. I was trying to see which of my books about Japan had the correct term. Alright. Yeah, I'm still curious enough to want to visit Japan at some point, but uh, it's it's not a big financial priority right now. And I really, it's like how many people want to go to Japan for all the weeb stuff? Because not me. I mean, I might check out some of the stuff that's there, but my personal focus is I want to see um, the actual historical culture of it for myself. Besides robotics, transfer. Okay, it ate up all the robotics. I need more superconductors. I need a lot of crap. I should have all the um, organic mortar applicators. There we go. Made. Finished later. I keep getting all these biofuels. It's like I don't really need them that badly. Okay. 52 and 1. Yeah, I can fit it. And speaking of Japan, I thought it was kind of interesting when I put up that picture for when we were playing Railways of the Lost Atlas, and it got some attention from some board gamers in Japan, so or at least speak Japanese or use Japanese or whatever. That I was just kind of surprised. It's like, really? There are 18xx Train Games fans apparently around the world, I guess. which is cool. Knowing that board games have a worldwide fan base feels nice. They're not just for kids. There are plenty of games that appeal to all ages, all sorts of people. But if I say I like board games, what's the first board game you're gonna think of? Oh, does that mean you like this one? I dread hearing Monopoly because I do not like that game. Back to metals. Transfer. Okay. Stack. Is there anything I need to hold on to? I'm going to, yeah. Yeah. How close is the mobile depot to being? Mobile depot blueprint is tonight. Okay. So I need to get nuclear reactors and high-tech transmitters. I've managed to reduce the cost of the mineral cost considerably. I'm gonna need Sidring though. I'm not looking forward to having to go back to bed. It's not just going through that, it's going through this too. 2 lower security sectors. I've made the run before. But the fact remains it's precisely because of trying to get in the butt. I don't like doing that. Maybe maybe the fact of having the warp core stabilizer can help a bit. We'll see. I remember to insure this one, so if anything does happen, oh well. That's something else I should do with this game is maybe talk to more people. I've said hi in the chat before, but actually could stand to maybe play with people a little bit more. Be part of a fleet or something. The question is what ship, do I go with? Okay. Time to go sell these. Those aren't selling. Why aren't they selling? Destination. Set destination. Good. While we're jumping, let's just find out what the market is for each of these. 300. Take a look at all the major stuff I've got. 9,000. $776. Remember 9,000 for test cultures. Because double check the other market when they're in there. Guidance systems 80K. 55. $56. So it's 9,000. Maybe it really does help to have a spreadsheet. Wait, why is it sending me back? I hate it when it does this shit, man. Alright. Details. That was 9. Okay, it's about the same here. Alright. Yeah, Ren's is like way off in a little corner of the the region. I was gonna say sector. Like what? What else is going on? Where did we talk about downforce yesterday? Did I stream? I streamed yesterday. Yeah, Tuesday was downforce, and I like the game, but the cracks are starting to be a little bit more visible in terms of just things that are notably problematic with it. If the way the turns goes a certain way, then the betting part of the game is a little too predictable. But it hinges on certain factors. First off, that first betting line is crossed, you're looking at the following things. It's who's taking the next turn. I think these were better in Heimatar. But greetings. Greetings, T. Yeah, there's 3 things about downforce. Yeah, these prices were way better in the other market. Shit. My train of thought crashed. Give me a moment. Yeah, just oh. Let me restart the train of thought here. We were playing downforce on Tuesday, and it's clear the cracks are starting to show in the game. As much as I like it, um, like as soon as the first batting line is crossed, it's clear. Depending on how things are looking, it's clear what's going to happen next. You know what? It's a star map. No, let's go to the other place first. That first batting line is crossed. Depending on the following things, it's clear what's going to happen next. If like that first car is like way in the lead compared to the next. Oh, nice couple. If the person with that car is about to take the next turn, and depending on what cards people still have in hands, it's going to be just too predictable. But yeah, maybe hopefully we'll see some different games next board game league. And I left without putting my shit back in my ship. God damn it. Oh. That's what happens when my train of thought crashes. There's dock in a hurry. It's alright though. At least it's like just right next door to the other station. Yeah, next week for the board game league, I really want to do the whole that Black Hole Council board game. I still want to look into that and see how complex of a game it is. It's supposed to only be an hour, and for 48 players, that's pretty good. Yep. That's back in there. Okay. I need to get a sheet of paper. Oh, go back. Creation. Doc. Why did you? Oh, come on. Why did you take more bets on this? All right. Stock instead. I'll check the prices here first, and then hop over to the next market and see if it's better. Alright. Alrighty. Market details. 2 columns, heck, and rens. Okay. Biofuels. 307 here. I'm thinking I might have been the better one. Um, Construction blocks. Need to be able to submit the volume. Correct that. Alright. 8,000. Miniature electronics. This is really an underserved market. If you're looking to do planetary industry in this game, maybe make miniature electronics. They're needed for smart fab units and planetary vehicles. And smart fab units go into quite a bit. They come sterile conduits, which go into a lot of important shit, it looks like. Jeez. Alright. Enemies. 12. 5, 9. Thank you for the hearts, I saw that. And it's 8853. I need to either focus on the big manufacturing project or the big money items for these industries. Okay, oxides. It feels like trying to balance both of them is an absolute pain in the butt. 5, synth, oil, synth factor. Part of me is curious as to how, um, like some of these locations got to be such major trading centers. Like we've got the Boundless Creation Factory in Heck, along with a couple other stations here that specialize in buying that where people are buying a lot of stuff. And then over in the next region of Hamatar, um, Ren's seems to be the big money place. But I'm curious as to how it got to that point in the first place. Like what was it? The really big marketplace in the game is Jita. I've never been there. I'm afraid to go there because I would have to hope my system can, not crash in the process. Smart fab units. 40, 30. I guess I'd have to like talk to some of the veterans of the game to find out how a lot of things ended up developing over time to really know for sure. Okay. All right. And now the other half of this. Scroll. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Easter. Jump. Go. Fly, you fool. All right. It's it's just downright amazing how much history the game even has. 20 years. It's it's more than most games in this sphere. Oh, all right. Sure. Put it on dock. Doesn't matter. There we go. Justice Department. Park there for a moment and find out. Uh, heavy interdiction cruiser. Jeez. And find out what the other market looks like. Starting to realize my home base of operations is pretty decently situated. That it's not in a super busy place, but it can get to other places pretty decently. It's better than being stuck in that corner of Embod. It was a nice place to start out, but getting out of there felt liberating. All right, and here we go. Ren's is not cheaper. So there's, in this case, there's Ren's and there's Fram, and if necessary, Aster, or the major marketplaces. C block. It's the exact same. I'm not going out of my way for the exact same amount of money. What else? See, they've got plenty of them here. Or more accurately, 5 jumps away. All right. So, yeah. It's a destination. Okay. Market details. Nope. Heck was better. Okay. Market details. Farm is where? Okay. Make a note of that. Okay. Good. No, heck was better. Yeah, I think in like really just general gameplay tip, before you sell stuff, maybe find an adjacent market that's not more than a few jumps away and check it just to know for sure. Way better pairs than there. Yeah, friends. Friends. What's better? Okay. So most of this is going to sell better in Hack. So we're going to clear this. Go to star map. Two very much overlapping things here. All right. Zoom in. Oh, show info. Station. Balance creation. All right. It's a gigantic universe. And a ton of different marketplaces. And you gotta hope to find the right one for selling your stuff at the best price. This this makes me want to find merchants and marauders again. It was a board game of pickup and delivery or intercept and plunder. And it's possible to have crew or specialists. Follow rumors. My my only issue with the game is that it topped out at 4 players. A 5 player Merchants and Marauders game would be more to my liking. A little bit of crap. Please don't lock on. Okay. Granted, it's high security, so someone have to be really brazen to start fights in here. But when has that ever stopped anyone? All right. Biofuels, yes. Construction blocks, yeah. Nanites. Synthetic oil. Uh, Test cultures. GMBP. And Ergonia superconductors. Alright. Oh yeah, that's left over from what I tried to sell before. Yeah, this came in handy for the freaking Rifter. It was the only way I could fit my Rifter the way I could. Extra power grid, extra shield points, extra capacitor, improved capacitor recharge. Just useful. It does take up a little bit of CPU though. But that's why my Rifter is what it is. Alright. Immediate sales because I want to just get this done and over with. I have stuff lingering for a very long time. And I'm like, I'd rather get the money now. Screw it. Wait, market details. There we go. Yep. Absolutely. And I think it's worth picking up some of the stuff I need for expediting industries that I still have. I seem to have a surplus of bacteria. Of course, this is this is why I have to look for other markets. So I need electrolytes, extra precious metals, some extra reactive metals, extra silicon, extra toxic metals, and extra water. Space. Alright. Probably going to be splitting that between two worlds. Toxic metals. I don't need nearly as many. No and no, I'm not going out there straight ahead. And let's save time and just buy the nearest available. Ah, 60. Well, don't want to spend too much on imports because it's getting ridiculous. Oh shit. Silicon takes up quite a bit of space. What's that left? I got room. Alright. Reactives. What did I have left? I still have 20 reactive metals. Great. Just bulls. Of course, all the cheap stuff has to be in the danger zones. I prefer not to risk my stuff too often. Sometimes you just have to take it. Have to take the risk. So I always, my first words of wisdom to anyone looking into this game is understand risk assessment. Understand what it means to figure out what something is worth to you and what it's worth put what's worth putting up for it. Everything you can do to mitigate that risk, do it. Buy insurance, fit your fit your ships better. Form fleets with people that you've communicated with and have built up trust with and can work together with. Okay. Whatever you can do to not just straight up lose everything helps. Jeez. Okay, honest question. Who actually goes into the slow sector? The slow security stuff. The hell's over here? What the hell? Yeah, we're way off. Alright. Back on track. Register to to manga. Here. I'm way off. Jeez. There it is. Stations. Further Tribe Bureau? Or Treasury. Okay. Round 6. 6 kin. We'll start there. See how. I'm curious. I'm gonna say there's. Wondering if there's another way, but it's like. If it goes through lower security than this, why take the chance? Okay, I've talked enough about in-game shit. Let's find something fun to talk about. Um, Third anniversary of the debut of Iris in Hololive. It it was. I remember how things were going pretty recently. It's like it was end of June, early July, 2021. Coco had graduated. Meanwhile, over in Niji Sanji, Lily Suzuhara just graduated, and then the last of the Hololive English birthdays, Kiara happened on the 6th, and it's around. Um, and then it's like around that time we got the teaser for Iris. That crazy 8-hour long teaser. That 8-hour long countdown. And it's around that time that I dropped the name I was using on YouTube and switched over to Pillar Nexus the Ancient Gladiator. Why? I'm still trying to remember. I don't know. The thing is just the whole environment at the time is like, you know what? I want to just, instead of having my real name around, I want to take up an alias. Something fun. Something I make a character out of if needed. And then I ended up making a character out of it. The last These last 4 years have been pretty interesting for checking out VTubers for me for the first time. From getting into Hololive English to seeing all the recent debuts. recent events. It's been fun to follow Hollow Pro for the most part. But I've had more fun following Hollow Pro than seeing the some of the shitstorms that have happened with other agencies. So that's why I'm hoping this whole VSojo thing goes smoothly for people. Same time, I've been falling off really watching a whole lot as well because being a creator is has proven more to my liking. I think it was in 2021 that I picked up a webcam for the first time, and then 2022 when I picked up the microphone, and then I got started in April, and then I just kind of just feature my game design stuff because that's what it felt like featuring at the time. And then after Tempest debuted and after Sonic graduated, I'm like, okay, I am doubling down on my efforts. As much as I can muster the efforts together, I want to do more with my content creation stuff. And here I've been for nearly 2 years. Even though I started it in April of 2022, I feel like August 1st is where I I really started.
Docking permission requested.
Just in general. Although I didn't take up the little avatar of like really making use of that until 2023. There's still a lot of stuff I have to figure out too. I know there's more stuff I could do with OBS, but I'm trying to figure out what and how. What can I do? How do I make use of it? Okay. Wait, no, no, it's not. There we go. I'm off by the station. I'm off by one station. There we go. Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting to see where people start and then where they go from there, and like seeing major milestones. Crap, my FPS is hang in there, computer. All right, backed up to 30. what have been my milestones? I think starting on YouTube Shorts was a milestone because that made a lot of difference
Docking permission requested.
in terms of getting attention to the channel. Doing the long play series for Quake 2, Diablo 2, and Halo were milestones as well. Diablo 2 was a big milestone. Being able to play from start to finish for a difficulty with a character I've never beaten the game with before meant a lot. Okay. And here, and sides. Oh, I can sell these from here. Alright, cool. Saves me the trouble. So the big question is, where do I go from here? I need to figure out um live 2D or whatever I can access for as little costs as able for doing things that I can connect either freaking hell. Um, Either by voice or by face cam or something, some kind of camera that I can maybe move my, you know, actually move my guy around. You know. Yes. So Ren's 6, Moon 8. For Tribe Treasury. You know what? Okay. You know what? Let's just go through these and make a note of what prices are what over here. Okay. Biocells, 28. Construction blocks, 8,000. Consumer electronics. Coolant, just in case I make more than I'm going to end up using. Uh, yeah. Curious. Mechanical parts, because I have a ton of those. Oops. C block. Block. Orange. That's right. I need to write this stuff down. That I actually produce could potentially sell. I'm curious. Nobody makes this crap, do they? This is an opportunity to take advantage of. But yeah, stepping up on my avatar and my layout. And just creating an overall improved experience, I think would be good. I appreciate that people check out my content even without without that stuff, but I could always stand a step up a little bit better. Jeez. What exactly does this go to? Camera drones and neocoms. Huh. Oh, that's right, I need superconductors. Oops. Let's see. Space check. 200 of these. Take up 0.75. 100 would be 75. 100 would be 130. Buy this. 100. Ow. Right in the profit. But I need them. I actually do need them for the continued production of. Remind me what the hell I was making them. The gel matrix biopaste. Yeah, I'll make my money back on that. Shit. I'll make it back easily. Okay. Be a little too heavy. Okay. Synth oil. 6,002. Just cultures. Okay, transmitters. In case I ever get tired of using those for. Was it guided systems or. Yeah, guidance systems. It was this and the water cooled CPU. Yeah, for guidance systems. Oops. Test transmitters 1130 TMs. And H2O CPU 73. All right. And then another column for the Metropolis market. And start keeping this in mind for later. This is the kind of time you have to put into the game, is take notes of what things are worth, what you need to make things, and where things are. So you're not spending that time later. The smarter thing to do would have been to set the destination first. Yeah.
Warp drive.
I like that this isn't too far away from my usual. Yeah, I like flying the little ships around just because they're kind of beneath notice. Like, who really goes out of their way to to blast a little ship out of the sky in high security space? Really? Now, if you're flying around a battle cruiser, again, someone would have to take the ridiculous risk of starting shit in high security, but they might also keep tabs on you for seeing where you end up, what stargates you're taking, where you're likely going to end up if you're ever in low security, and then like, okay, you're here, we're coming after you. Which is probably why my cruiser got blown to hell. It's like somebody had to have been paying attention
Jump drive
that I
completed.
was taking a freaking rupture out to low security space with a mining laser, or or they just saw me fighting. It's like, okay, it's probably weak now. Let's finish them off. There's a lot of potential for players to be absolute dicks in this game. There's also the potential for people to be really helpful as well, which is nice. There'll be people over in chat that'll answer questions about stuff. And of course, there's um, various sites to help too, like Eve University, or one I saw someone talk about the other day, Eve Workbench. I have yet to check it out, but
Docking permission requested.
it'll be something that I personally keep in mind um, for the future if I really need to.
Docking request accepted.
Right. That's right. Because I still have the metal scrap by order. That's rather silly. Okay. And since we're back in the Metropolis market, okay. Biocells are better price in Metropolis for selling. C blocks, it doesn't seem to matter. It's the same price either side. Consumer electronics is higher in Metropolis. Coolant is lower. Mechanical parts are lower. Miniature electronics are also lower. And we don't have anybody readily selling them either. Which might be something I look into doing. Alright. 53. Oxides are lower. The nanites are worth more. Let's see. Supercone vectors. Higher. Interesting. Synthetic oil. Higher. Test cultures. Just a little bit higher here. Transmitters, lower. Water-cooled CPU, 2101. I wish there was a way to check out other markets without having to actually be there. Maybe it's just something the game does as kind of a way to keep things manageable. Oh, that's right. I forgot to get serial structures. Okay. I need to go back. And I'm so close too. Damn it. Very cool. Trying. Shota. It was the treasury, I believe. Okay. But I said before about risk assessment. Keep those safe. Remember how much space they take up. Try not to get that much more. Alright. If I ever have to run back and grab this crap, that's fine. What else?
Warp drive active.
I already talked about Battletech tomorrow. I already talked about the Board Game League. I already talked about the recent VTuber stuff. What else? Oh yeah, I did that 10 things video of here's 10 things about me to get to know me a little bit better. I want to sit down with that Cyberpunk book and figure out running a game with it.
Warp drive active.
So something I want to have going forward is an RPG that I know and I'm prepared to run, and it's okay if I'm not a player. You know, I would really love to play more RPGs, but things just don't work out. And a lot of the RPGs people end up playing too, it's like, no thanks. But it's between Cyberpunk, Pendragon, Legend of the Five Rings, and Maid. And maybe Agents of Concordia for games that I'd really like to run. I think the big question is, what does it take to actually run a tabletop RPG? There's a lot of resources to find online in terms of here are things you can do and things you should probably maybe not do in terms of running a game. Who was it I followed on YouTube recently? Seth. So Seth something, but he talks a lot about tabletop stuff. I'm gonna take a look at my YouTube subscriptions and see and like double check the name. see here. And just uploaded a video the other day too. It's pretty good. It was. Oh, I have to keep scrolling that far. So just go down the list. Really? How long ago was it? It felt recently. Was it really that long ago? Uh, really? Just, damn it. All through it. Just go down the list. Seth Skorkowski. Recent video: 4 storytelling tricks that game masters should use. Yeah, there's one example. But yeah, I really want to just, figure out how to approach um, running an RPG and actually just do it. Because I don't have, it's weird to say I don't have time left. That's the thing with life. You don't really know how much time you do have left, so it's worth making the most of it as much as you can. Okay, volume 0.19. I figured I had about 50 cubic meters space. 100, 200, and 40, 280. Some sort of, I think 300, 100, 200, no, 240. All right, 240. Buy it. Load it up. Okay. Let's, there we go. Yeah, there's one panel. Um, there's also terrible writing advice, which is more for just writing advice in general. Yeah, this is a side trip. Screw it. Then I'll pick it up. But it's also covers some stuff like for maybe you're running a tabletop game. Here's some things to keep in mind. But it's done in the sarcastic way of, yeah, totally do this. It's completely dumb,
Overdrive
and
active.
and makes no sense. But go ahead and do it. By which, of course, they mean don't do it. Haven't seen a video from him in a while. Hope he's doing all right. Or maybe he's working on this other book. Who knows? It's just weird how people just sometimes disappear. It's like I'm left wondering what happened.
Drive active.
Yeah, when's the last time you checked on someone who hasn't been online for a while? Check Twitter or Facebook or something. I was I was following this one little sprite comic of going through uh Xenogears, but it's kind of an abridged, humorous approach. Um,
Drive
a rope
active.
with robots, or as it's known by the website name, what does God need with a starship.com. Yeah, I got to the end of one part of like what part 42, and it's been sitting there ever since for like years. Then again, leaving it unfinished almost feels in the spirit of Xenogears, so uh, yeah, just
Drive active.
people and websites and things just disappear off the internet, and just hope as much as possible that there's some way to recover um, whatever might have been lost by just backing up things. If if you find something on the internet and it's seems like this is really freaking important, do what you can to save it. And if anything happens to it and people are looking, like, hey, does anyone know about this?
Active.
Maybe you can help. I want to comment on this real quick. Why is the Osprey so popular? I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. Why is the Osprey such a popular ship for fleets out in this area? I noticed it over in like Aster as well. The Aster Velat Heck corridor. What is it about that ship that so many people? It seems like so many people have it and are grouping together with others using it. Does it just have a powerful synergy with others? Is it just a damn good ship?
Drive active.
Seriously, veterans out there, where are you? Please tell me about about the Osprey and its strategic excellence. One of these days, I'm gonna have to dip my toes into nullsec. Just set up a jump clone, use that, risk that instead. Get into a shuttle and just make a beeline for the closest
Drive active.
nullsec area. Let's see how it turns out. we got here?
Docking permission
All the
requested.
missiles I left behind.
Docking
It's like,
request
hey, I'm
accepted.
already selling these here. Already selling to someone who wanted these. Does anyone else? And they've been sitting here for a while, and I guess nobody else wanted them. Or at least not the rest of them yet. View market details. This is your once per EVE Online session PSA to all you new players out there. Double check that bottom left tab of when you're selling it so that you don't look like a complete fool because you set it for 3 days for 2 weeks when you meant to sell it immediately. And if you screw up, you have about 5 minutes until the game will let you cancel the order or modify it. Please take that time and redo the order correctly. I there's quite a bit to pay attention to in this game. That's why you take the time where you can afford to take the time. If you're docked in a station, that's a good time to do it. If you're logged out of the game, look at, you know, the wiki for the game for information that might help later. Maybe find a place where people talk about the game and talk to people there instead of trying to deal with in-game chat if you're not playing. It's wherever you can take your time. Might as well. I want to dock at the station. Load what I can afford to load. And then I'm going to take a moment and go get something to drink. Because my previous drink ran out. And I kind of want to keep going with this, so. And it's going to be another jump on a dock. Nothing else going on right now. I picked up some movies and stuff recently. I should just turn off the computer and just sit down and watch something. Or maybe it's something to do and maybe get my room organized. There's still some painting I have left to do for my battle mechs as well. And my stitching projects. That's what I miss doing. Just watch an anime, watch a movie, watch something, and just work on stitching. It, it's a good way to make progress.
Docking permission requested. Docking
Anyway,
request accepted.
Alright. Let's put this up. I will be back in a moment. Okay. I'm back with something to drink. Favorite strawberry banana body armor. All right. Still hot in here. I've opened up my window a bit. Hopefully nobody walks by and yells through it. Nobody hears me if I end up yelling. Hopefully I don't end up yelling. 531.2 plus 58.1. I'm overloaded on my shite, so let's drop that. I don't need to take some health scraps right now. I don't need the diagnostic system right now. The important thing is I need to get this shit to my production centers, and I'll come back for it later. Yeah, I think once August rolls around, I do want to spend a little bit more time outside. I still have my soccer ball. I still keep thinking about the silly watch me kick around a soccer ball video of me using my phone as a camera, and it'll be shaky as hell. I don't know if it'll be fun to watch, but it's an idea. I'm always thinking up ideas for stuff, and I need to actually think about how to make them work. Still want to do my experimental line video. It's nice that the gaming you know the gaming streams work, and I'm happy doing them, and people are happy that I do these. But I have to wonder if relying on just nothing but watch me play these games content is okay or not. Ooh, stop. That's right. Here we are. Like, what do people get tired of in terms of content? That it happens too much. More construction blocks. Okay. I need Cheryl's Plaz React and Toxic and Silicon. Okay. Transmitters, construction block, miniature electronics, blocks, and consumer electronics. Alright. And now for right words. Transfer costs. Ow. Yeah. If it means expediting the production, then might as well. Okay. One of the problems I run into with this is the freaking input creep of this needs serial structures and this needs serial structures, and so does this one. And then both of these need toxic minerals. On to the next planet.
Warp drive active.
Let's. I always feel bad about not having enough stuff to talk about. But wait, why am I here? I need to go to the actual other system. What does it take to make a game like this? One of the game ideas I keep wanting to come back to is Sun City, and my main ideas are tabletop RPG or single player visual novel or multi-user dungeon or something like that. Multi-user cityscape of mystery and danger and life. The life you've got in this city that's been left behind. Stumbling on a clue that something has gone horribly wrong. Investigating and finding out just how deep it really goes. And then trying not to go crazy from it all. I think the initial thought going into it was what if Call of Cthulhu, but instead of Eldritch Horrors, it was just other people? Might be something to keep in mind for later. I would need to have a permanent computer set up of, hey, people can access the server. Oh, I've got way more oxygen than I need. Shit. That's fine. Extra helps. This double setup. I remember when I wanted to be a video game maker. I ended up settling for tabletop games when getting into the programming class and realizing this is way harder on my head. It didn't help my, you know, one of my other classes for the semester was an absolute nightmare. It was a nightmare for my head because I just struggle with wrapping my head around it. This is probably on me, but it is on me. Part of me misses the experience of, walking around the university and going from class to class. Part of me does not miss the experience of having to deal with certain people there. Whether it's that jerk who stole my bike seat or just struggling with classes in general. Crap. I can only deactivate a transfer with a limited time. Yeah, there it goes. My favorite experiences from university, though, first semester was meeting a guy who's also a fan of, you know, anime and manga. That's why I gave um, Serial Experiments Lane a chance. And why I just got to learn about games like uh, Tactics Arena Online and other simple games that were just freely available online. But then he left after one semester because um, he was a missionary. So wherever he is, I hope he's doing all right.
Warp drive active.
Then second semester, I ended up in a lot of classes that I just weren't too enthusiastic about. I was enthusiastic about Java until I was struggling with wrapping my head around objects and classes. The one class I liked was economics. It's like, oh, hey, this actually makes sense. Cool. Let's see here. Sure. Yeah, I felt kind of bad about things not working out in university
Warp drive
with
active.
because my family really wanted me to pursue that college because college is what matters. And then I ended up going to another college in Teletech, Pueblo, for administrative assistant. Well, it's now administrative professional. And of course, I don't really end up doing anything with the degree that I have from that. So, oh well. It's precious metals. Water. Yeah, I think just pushing kids into college in general doesn't make sense unless it's really something they have to like really say that it's what they want to do. It relates to their future. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time and money and spirit. It doesn't sting as much to think back on these days, but it's still a sore spot in my memory. Okay. Did I miss anything? Yeah, let's go. First, I'm gonna go drop these. Drop the smart fab units off. After the next run of smart fab units, um, I'm going to start reconfiguring my uh, overall industry.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Change some schematics around. Maybe decommission some stuff and put more focus on the extraction. Three more, and that's going to be it. Market details. Yeah, this is probably not the wisest of ideas. That's true. I need 12 nuclear reactors. Nobody makes nuclear reactors. Go fucking figure. Alright. Specialized nuclear reactors and high-tech transmitters. Need 12 of those. Or if I wanted to make my own polyarmaments. Yeah, it's not happening. Alright. So what I need to check is over the next market, if they have the nuclear reactors, then we'll get those.
Warp drive active.
Specialized. Trying to think what all experiences in school did I actually like. In 10th grade, JROTC was actually fun.
Warp drive active.
And Teletech was nice until the road, the main road I was using to get there, um, got blocked off. It was a dirt road anyway, but still. Yeah. Having to go around a completely different way took longer. In hindsight, if I had realized, hey,
Warp drive active.
I only have a freaking bicycle instead of a car, maybe administrative assistant is not the career path I should be on. Maybe I would have avoided the whole trouble in that first place. Right. I do kind of miss having a bicycle, but
Warp drive active.
this town is trouble sometimes for bicycles. A lot of hills and also a lot of thieves, too. That said, it's still something I will keep in mind for options in the future.
Docking request accepted.
I think if I got a bicycle again, I'd probably spend less time, even less time watching shit on YouTube and Twitch and just go go for rides. I want to cheer people on and all that. It's just wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is the same damn problem. Let me see here. On a 1.21. Okay. Market details. Yeah, these ones were better in Heimatar. Guide systems. 75.1. Jesus. Yeah, I think those sold better as well. Robotics is the big question. 84. 40. Okay. Alright. Then we hop back over. And check that market.
Web drive active.
Too easy to get caught up in past shit. Need to look at what I've got right now and just embrace it. Make the most of the present instead of tripping over the past. Right now, for things that I'm happy to have right now in my life. This home, my mom, and
Web drive active.
my mom as well. Happy to have the job that I currently have. It's been going for quite a long time now, at least long enough to me. I'm happy to have
Permission
you know,
requested. Docking request
2 board game
accepted.
stores to choose from for playing at and getting supplies. I'm happy to have people to actually play with. I'm happy that I'm mostly left to my own devices to just take care of me and do things that are important to me. No one really butts into my personal shit. Yeah, these are all better over here. Alright. Except for the... Oh, nice. Okay. Robotics. I can sell from here. Guidance systems, I can... 3 jumps away. Or three jump range. Side destination. Alright. Friends. Karn. King. Onga. So... 2, 3. Shonpo. Stations. Imperial Armaments Factory. Side destination. Alright. Never saves me the trouble of having to go the entire freaking distance. Yeah, there's enough things that I have that are good that I feel comfortable
Web
enough
drive active.
with the way things are at the moment. But there's still some things I should probably work on to make things better. Um, More personal modes of transportation. Again, the bicycle would actually help. Finding other um, social events to go to, or other places to meet people would be nice. I like I like my people at the game store. They're They're pretty good. Um, but it's always nice to see other people and discover what they're about and proceed eye to eye on things, or we have disagreements, or can get past those disagreements to still hang out together. Because here's one of the things that has tripped me up before. There was someone that I was hanging out with. I would go over to his house, and his family would be there. Uh, and his family has certain opinions about certain kinds of people. You know, and despite me being me, I was still feeling uncomfortable hearing that about other people from them. I was well, I never have, I'm not gonna start shit over what someone personally believes in for their own sake in terms of spirituality and religion. But as soon as people start talking about being, hateful
Connection requested. Docking request
uh,
accepted.
against certain people, using certain terms and such, I want out. I want out of there. I don't like it. I'm not going to turn around and yell in their face about it. I'm just going to leave. And I'm not going to come back because I'm not comfortable with that. All right. Details. Details. Cool. It's half a production run for each. Okay. Item. Okay. Start getting back some of those import feeds. Yeah, I do not want to repeat the exact word that was used. It takes an already terrible word and adds in a specific addition to point out where exactly the people they're hating on it from. Yeah. But yeah, really, I haven't been over there in at least 10 years. I mean, and it also helps that I stopped playing the main game that he also plays because that was the one thing we had in common was that game. Do I sell for the immediate or do I sell for the uh, what? Easter. Yeah, I used to play Magic the Gathering, and then I was willing to tolerate planeswalkers, but just barely. But with the way the game is now, I'm never coming back. I respect the game's place in tabletop gaming history, but I will never go back to it. I will never put that kind of money into that game ever again. I still have the all the deck card games I've been building up as part of the tabletop game series that I'd still like to play. I'm still I I still have those decks for Cyberpunk that need serious work because whoever assembled these decks was out of their damn minds. It's like maybe a few cards make sense, but it's not a cohesive build. Like you look at some of the cards that they're going with, it's like this makes no sense for this deck. What the hell are you doing? Uh, Cyberpunk Vice Schwartz is not a dead game, but it may as well be around here. Dot Hack, Legend of the Five Rings, um, Dragoborn, Eve, the Second Genesis. All these card games. All sorts of different ways to play with a deck of cards. And I still have them, and I would totally be up for playing, you know. But I think I need to stop buying these cards. I think the last things I bought were either the L5R cards or another booster box of Cyberpunk. But the one game I wanted to find more cards for was freaking Eve, the Second Genesis, and there are no booster packs at all. It's like maybe one pops up at a time, and it comes out to like 10, $12 for that booster pack. It's like shit. Uh, the starter decks are nice. Having more cards to work with is always better. There's still one card game left that I would personally go out of my way to get a starter set for and feature on this channel. I could spoil it and then someone could just beat me to every starter deck and buy it out before I can. But you know what? Let's share it. I'll share it anyway. It's a game called Hecatomb. Cards are five-sided and partially transparent. That you could stack cards. You could stack minions together to create an abomination, and that would actually go claim souls and fight other abominations and minions. I don't. I don't think you can block with minions. You can block with abominations. But that whole buildup of having to um, construct the abomination with at least two cards made it tough. And no matter what happens, you always get a soul at the start of the turn. So the game is on a timer. And it's going to end whether you want it to end or not. There are very few things that actually remove those souls. So You gotta have a plan in mind. Stay on top of that. There are various abilities and such. The I want to say there's the can only attack, the cannot attack, but can still, block, of course. The can attack on this turn.
Drive
The
active.
must be a bottom card. The once played, nothing else can be played on top of it card. The this this can attack the turn that it was played. Abilities. Damage in the game is between abominations dealt top to bottom. Just so of course there's going to be an ability that lets a player uh, split up the damage
Active.
between different levels of abomination. There are the one-shot abilities of when you play this on top of this other color, it triggers this abilities. It's a very dark game, but it also has some sense of humor to it as well in its own dark way. Like the dead headphones, but they're trying to kill you. Or uh, an action called "Destroy the Mall" with the flavor text of "No, you fools! I said destroy them all." Anyway, it's an interesting idea as a game, and I almost want to see them find a way to do it with maybe without making things transparent. I know it's cool, but if there's a way to make it actual sleevable cards, then maybe it's for the better. A lot of games that is like, maybe if they did this differently,
Drive active.
maybe they could bring it back, but do it like this instead. Like, I keep thinking back on Navia Drop, collectible shogi game. You have your Navia. She commands these monsters. She commands these stone-looking things that move and gain power. And you use the power to summon monsters. Um, and you use that power to. No, you can always summon the monster. It's flipping the monster's ability requires the power.
Drive
If you
active.
gain enough power to flip your Navia, you instantly win. If you um, effectively checkmate your opponent's Navia, you win. If you get your Navia off the opposite side of the board, you win. Which is not a shogi thing, but I would almost wonder if it could be.
Drive active.
But one of they use a lot of weird terminology in that game. When it'd just be easier to do something more straightforward. But one of the things that came to mind when I was, looking at the game again was, what franchise this idea would work really well with? Yu-Gi-Oh! Replace the Navias with the duelists. Replace the other monsters with, Yu-Gi-Oh! Universe monsters. It'd be a fun time.
Active.
And it'd probably sell a little bit better because it's a recognizable IP. But considering the company that made Navia Drop and the company that makes Yu-Gi-Oh! Are completely different,
Docking
um,
permission requested. Docking request accepted.
it's probably a long shot of that ever happening. And then there's the idea I was talking about the other day about executive decision, and if I thought I was going to make a little reskin of it for my own sake, I'd probably go with something along the lines of Eve. But it'd be a creation just for my own use. Some people like to make their own sets for chess and all that. That would be my approach with that. Are there any other games that could use an overhaul? Hard not to think about. It's like, is there something? Is there a better way for this to make this game more manageable? And one of the ones that sticks out is globalization. I like the game, but man, it gets rough sometimes. I wish the company cards were smaller. Just leave the flavor text in like the book or whatever. Just make the card smaller.
Active.
Make the game board smaller. Add a little rule to the 50 card says after you play this to pay for anything, pass it to the player to your right. The next time they collect income, they collect this as the first card of it. Just things like that.
Map drive active.
How much longer do I have to go on that? Still got. Oh yeah, it's done. Way to drop by Elgoy Thucker Mixed Factory. Or the factory? Whatever. Let's stop by there and flip the blueprint. And then continue on the way. Yep. Good, take care of that.
Map drive active.
What are some other games that could use some overhauls? Uh, I have a lot of. This game is okay, but there's so much we can. You know, it would help if they did this instead. Or maybe focused a little more on that or whatever. But maybe there's some games
Docking permission
that don't
requested.
really need that consideration. Like
Docking
it
request
does
accepted.
things just fine. Why mess with it? But then again, there are people that will see a game that does things pretty well and then try to change it up anyway. Terraforming Mars is coming out what, like 8 years ago already? Almost eight. Probably opened up a lot of heads to, hey, this card engine thing is pretty cool, but let's try to do something else with it as well. Maybe expand on it, or maybe not make it about this subject. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of games are getting like reevaluated for what themes they cover, and some people are really looking to take certain games to task and say, hey, let's maybe try to get away from this theme, whatever. But people at the game store don't give a fuck. They don't. If it's a good game, they're going to enjoy it. If it's a bad game, they're going to leave it for something else. If the theme is an issue, but the game is still good, they're not really going to care that much. They might even make jokes about it. Yeah. For example, Puerto Rico. Or maybe we can just we can leave that discussion off the table for today. Anyway, let's go park. What the hell is everybody doing over here? Oh, those are drones. I do have a drone bay. I should put drones in my drone bay. Yeah.
Docking permission requested. Docking
Yeah, with board games around, as long as I had. There's going to be stuff coming up that, some people just disagree with. And I can't really hold it against people for disagreeing with stuff. Even when the game is mechanically good, it's like, yeah, I agree. This is not about a good part of history or society, but the playability for the game is okay. So, if we have the kind of audience that's okay with playing it, then enjoy it. Okay. All right. The other opportunities are destroy pirates or non-capsuleers, as noted. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the fun ship. It's not strong, but it is mine. Probably why nobody wanted to buy mine. So it's actually selling for a decent price. Things considered. 2,500 minus the taxes and fees. It's something. The money for it. Except, what did it cost me to actually make it? Okay, so I can get my money back and then some. All right. So now for the fun part of the video, we're actually go fight pirates and shit. All right. Yeah, what? That's one of the other YouTube channels I check out sometimes. Is a Cam Sandwich. where they cover various board games.
Drive.
And they've covered some that are um, not really good with regard to subject matter. Like silly adult games of, you could just cut out the game and just get right to this instead.
Drive active.
And of course, the I can't believe it existed while I was in high school, and someone from my high school actually had a copy of the game of Pimp the Backhanding. Yeah. There's another I wish I could figure out a way to reskin the game with something else and try to make it a less problematic experience. But there are still people who are fans of that game. There's still people who want copies of that too. Again, it's like with the group I play with that they just don't really care. As long as the gameplay is fine, they will still play it. Anyway. Another shuttle. Funny how I can just look at the price like, oh yeah, it's another shuttle. There's a diagnostic system. The old DC2. Do the smart thing and reload now. Okay. And salvage. Yeah, if you're ever curious about the full fitting of the Rifter, um, the Furrier compact tracking and answer, expanded cargo hold 2, cargo diagnostic system 1, DC2, civilian afterburner, target painter, medium shield extender, salvager 1, light missile launcher with Mjolnir missiles, 280 millimeter prototype siege cannon. Shunpo. There's no way to make this. This had to be looted. Market details. They're for sale, but they're expensive. Yeah. Other variations. This is probably the one you could actually get. If you're curious. At a much more manageable price. Best part is when I'm going to fly in and they're just right in the range I need to lock on and start shooting. Depleted uranium. So I cover all my damage bases. Small salvage shackle 1, small cargo hold optimization 1, and small core defense field extender 1. So this makes it possible for all the high power stuff I have on this. Let's give my Rifter a rating based on that fitting. What rating would you give? Do people do stuff like that? Like, here's my ship fitting. Tell me how it is.
Warp drive
Uh,
active.
try it one of these days. Hmm. It's just so much fun to see all the possibilities for making a ship yours, you know, in your own way.
Warp drive active.
It's funny looking at TV tropes, saying about the Rifter. Yeah, they usually fit like three gun turrets, but I'm just doing this crazy thing with the siege cannon, the missile launcher, and a salvager. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Show info. Variations. Salvager 2. Requirements. Salvaging 5. That is another long-term skill. I've already got a bunch of long-term skills lined up. Think about it going forward if I want to make salvaging more of a thing. I still haven't done much shopping for
Warp drive active.
blueprints that make use of the stuff I do make. That might be another project for later. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna need 7-1 is empty. I'm gonna dock for a moment. I'm gonna go get one more
Warp
drink.
drive active.
Then we'll come back and we'll fight some more pirates and it'll be nice time. Alright. Let's see. Hopefully I don't get blown up while I'm docking.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Right. Alright, I'm back. Last body armor in the fridge, orange mango. Alright. Holy crap. After this is over, I'm gonna get leftovers. I have burritos stuff in the fridge. Eat some of that up. Find something to watch for while I'm eating. And then sort some things out and then get to work on setting up a video project. It's still kind of hot. I want to wait for it to be a little bit cooler before I get to the next thing that I want to do. Just lately, I've been feeling like, yeah, I really want to do stuff. I want to make more things here. I want to have more fun. I want to see how many more people I can reach. You know. Try. I still need to do the make replacement pieces for Settlers of Catan. I still need to do that video. I want to try singing again, but I don't. Like, should I try to get in some like Carafun or whatever karaoke program people use? My concern is YouTube and how it handles copyright and other stuff. Because I don't want to just see my channel disappear because I thought it'd be fun to feature karaoke, you know, with the actual music instead of the way I've been doing it, which has been without music, a cappella. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I could do another a cappella one. Screw it. I feel like singing. Singing is fun. And I didn't even have to move. Another happy school memory is, and it might be a kind of embarrassing to look on, but in kindergarten, our teacher was a guy who liked to play guitar, and he'd play these kid-friendly songs that we'd sing along to. And there's, and we got to sing for a recording that would be on a cassette tape. Wait, stop. Stop. Ah, fuck. Why did I warp? I forgot to salvage the wreck. But my mom loved that cassette tape. And as cheesy as the songs were, it's the one thing that put even the slightest love for singing into my heart. So I can't hate it too much. Like to eat apples and bananas. I swear, if there's anyone from Seuss Creek Elementary School from that period of time that remembers that, uh, here in the audience, I would be shocked. Yeah. Uh, try and salvage. It feels like every artistic path I've wanted to take has been kind of shot down, or I've just kind of gave up on it before really thinking about it, believing in it. It's part of what contributes to some of the issues I've had in more recent times, of just not really having much of a direction or much confidence in that direction. But I'm starting to get a lot more confidence now that things are working out the way they've been. Why do I need to orbit you? I'm gonna just target your ass from here. See? I don't even have to move. It fully defeats the purpose of bringing a small, fast ship, but it works. I think if you ever have a kid and they say that they're curious about being an artist, telling them, oh, you're gonna be a starving artist if you follow that path, is really fucked up. Don't do that. I know you mean well. You want them to pursue a more stable path. But I think that's part of the problem we're running into is a lot of people just aren't taking the chances. They're settling for the easy way instead of really pursuing their creative curiosity. And so what if you fail? You learn from that experience and then you proceed forward doing the next thing you think is, you know, interesting to you that you're passionate about. If you fall, you can always bounce back a little bit higher by using the experience. Or maybe you won't bounce back as high, but you can use the experience and support from friends and family to climb up you know, about to the point where you were before. Getting all the smashed trigger units today. Is buying. We'll keep you as the destination. Okay. Next belt.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, don't crush people's dreams. Maybe they want to be a VTuber or PNG tuber or other online content creator, make videos or podcasts or show off gaming skills or whatever. And if they're willing to put in the time to do the research and everything, then it means they're taking it seriously enough that they actually want to try. So let them try. The real fucked up thing is when people tell people to quit their dreams because they want to pursue that path themselves. Absolute screwed up strategy. And if that's what you resort to achieve your goals, then I don't think you deserve it. You don't try to get your future by telling someone else to abandon theirs. They're trying to take something from them that they're relying on for their path. It's real unfortunate how people choose to be dishonest about things. Anyway, let's try to turn it positive here. So, so I've got my creative paths right now that I can work on, that I like working on, that I should spend more time working on. Um, so many unfinished game designs, though. I'm thinking starting in August, making a weekly thing out of either to the game store or to the library, bring one of my designs that is in a condition to be tested and actually test it out.
Warp drive active.
Hey. And then the ones that feel like they have potential, put a little bit more polish on, try them, test them out with the changes that need them. Test them out with the changes that were clearly critical to making them a little bit more playable or enjoyable. And then maybe find someone looking to publish them. I do not want to try to attempt Kickstarter on my own. Honestly, I'm not a fan of relying on that too much.
Warp drive active.
I've never put money into any Kickstarters before. Partly because I don't really have money all that much. Quite a bit around after putting in my tax returns and getting the refunds and all that, I'll have things available. But until then, it's usually touch and go on what my finances are,
Warp drive
what
active.
my financial condition will be in. So I like to put my money into the stuff I can have a little bit sooner. Like dead card games on eBay or other long forgotten board games, because that happens. I was glad I had enough to cover the new computer. Most of all, because I needed it. My old computer, the little hole in the screen where pixels are, more and more pixels are dying every so often. About the size of my thumbprint by now. At some point, the entire screen is going to go. And the only way I can use it is uh, HDMI cord to the TV. Just how I enjoy like a lot of the online events um, on Hololive. computer, record a TV, watch it on the big screen, big volume, big visuals. That's not why my computer is running slow. Got a freaking notification from Windows Defender. It's like, no threats. Is that why my FPS in the shitter? Jeez. One of these days, I'll have to get back to Morrowind. And I'll have to move the TV closer for that. Morrowind, Civ 3, and Myst are the I must use my second screen games. And then there's Lords of Magic where I can't even put it on OBS at all. Ay. I'm going to download it on this computer. I'm going to download the game on this computer. Start looking online for patches to actually be able to run it in a window. And if if I do, I want to go to the Legends of Iraq section of the game and feature uh, the Arthurian Legends one because finding Pendragon has reignited my curiosity for the Arthurian Legends, even though I haven't really read them all that much. They make for interesting stories, though. Okay. Open cargo. Thank you. I have seen the Monty Python Holy Grail movie, of course. I remember senior year of high school speech and debate class. I never joined the club formally. Um, was watch a bunch of movies and um, talk about the one that you liked the most. Was Monty Python and the Quest for the Holy Grail, Citizen Kane, Gone with the Wind, and Casablanca. For the most part, the guys were really into the Monty Python one, and I liked it as well. But I also had this kind of long-standing regard for Casablanca. I love watching that movie every so often. It's a beautiful movie, really. But yeah, that's another happy memory from school. Speech and debate class. We should. I have a lot of good memories from school that outweigh all the bad shit that happened. I just want to look at the one teacher who gave me so much hell in fifth grade and say, Despite all your dismissal towards me, I am still here. You did not fucking break me. You know. It's one of the things I still feel pretty lucky about is school not being the absolute hell it could have been, even though it could have been better. Keep hearing stories about schools and bullies and asshole teachers that you have to wonder what the fuck is wrong with the picture here, you know? Kids are going to these schools. Why are they facing these troubles from their fellow students, from their teachers, from other staff? Was public school a mistake? No. Check the count. 10. 15 to go. Yeah. Been to how many schools in my lifetime? Seuss Creek, Covington Elementary, Sawyer Woods, Matson, moved to Colorado, Freed, Centennial. Still shocks me that they actually demolished that one and built a new one. PCC for AVEP. That's part of the high school program. CSU Pueblo, Intellitech College. 9 different schools over the course of 12, 13, 14 plus years. 15 if you're figuring kindergarten and preschool. Because half your preschool, half your kindergarten. Because I was late getting into school apparently. Have any other memories from them? There was the 5th or 6th grade kind of shit. Did not want to orbit you. Spring camp I went to for a week. A lot of trees. Big field for kicking around his soccer balls and all that. Some stringing beads together. I think. Some folk dancing. That was that. Then it was between 6th and 7th grade. Was the Defy camp, drug education for youth. I forget where exactly they had that, but I want to say it was. I want to believe it was at an air base up in Washington. Oh, you son of a bitch! All right. But that was an interesting time. If people are causing trouble in the evening when they're supposed to be sleeping, everybody had to get out of the door and do like jumping jacks and push-ups. And get out of it by pretending to be asleep, which I did the second time that happened. Yeah, aside from those two instances, I never really got to do like the kids camp stuff. There were times we went camping with family though. Um, either extended in our own family or with friends. Like my mom and my sister's friend's mom got along pretty well together, so we would go camping with them. Or there was a time I went camping with my dad and half brother.
Warp drive active.
I'll say at least once. If I had the resources and time to do it, it'd be fun to go camping here in Colorado. But I'm kind of afraid to try and go camping by myself because it's Pueblo, Colorado, and uh, we're not all bad here. It's just there there are things I have concerns about. Let's see what's over in the next system. That one ship. And then not camping, but there's visiting a summer home from extended family in Oregon. Like the bottom floor was like dark, but the next two floors up had proper lighting. And of course, everyone's favorite family-friendly roll and move game, Monopoly, was there. Because it's not a summer home without some board game for people to play.
Warp drive active.
And then there was the Winter Lodge that also was like dark downstairs, but had windows upstairs. I'm trying to remember the exact location in Washington. I want to say Snoqualmie Falls, somewhere up there. But that was my first experience with wearing long johns to help keep
Drive
warm.
active.
We're coming up to the big dining hall, and just I don't know why I remember this specifically. Just watching somebody play, a couple people play Othello. I went there and got to go drag a inner tube up a great big hill of snow and ride it down. Fun times. Trying to remember what other places we visited. Because either those places or just visiting, other families, um, other places from our extended family. Just make up most of the memories that I have of exploring. Other than that one time, other than that one time, I walked from our trailer park to grandparents' house. That was a long walk. And thankfully, my grandpa picked me up part of the way, and we went to McDonald's, and he gave me a ride uh, up to their house. I've always had this weird wanderlust of sometimes I just want to get the hell out. Get out of the house, go somewhere. Wait, oh, a little bit. No. Go for walks, go rollerblading. Our trailer park was like right next to um, a lake. I just go walk down to it. So pack a Lunchable, pack a towel, wear my shorts, go swimming, and go eat lunch. And rollerblade to the library and just go check out books there because books are awesome. Walk up to Fred Meyer's and explore uh, the games section, the see if there's any playable demo stations. We got bounties. Yep. I think me and my sister one time walked down to like one of the major shopping centers. I miss Kent, Washington. For all the other issues that I have with it, I still miss it. Precisely because it made up that part of my childhood that has shaped a good chunk of who I am today. I might be willing to visit, but there's no way in hell I'll ever live there again. Micro warp drives. Who actually uses these and what are they using for? Another one? Uh, okay. Although going back to Kent would be preferable to going back to Port Elizabeth. I guess a lot of places that I remember from there are closed. Dairy Queen is apparently Dairy Queen closed. The Goodwill might have closed. I don't know. All I know for sure is my dad's still there. Probably still doing his business thing. So, more power to him. He's happy with the work that he's got. Like, cool. Is there any place I'd like to go visit again? It would be nice to go back up to Denver for something other than a convention and actually, I don't know, just have a few days to really explore the city, find things to do. If we're ever up in Denver, it's either for um, the one anime convention that I liked going to last time, uh, Waterworld, and or um, tabletop game convention. I remember when I remember the old Tacticon and GenghisCon from way back then. I'd really like to see a tabletop game convention here in Pueblo that I can just go to and not have to worry about getting a hotel. Oh yeah, I should probably be moving. Standing still against a missile fighter is a bad idea. This is the price of humors. The one guy I've gone up there with, it's like I was telling people about the story that, you know, I did better than one of the top guys for 40K at that convention that he did. I kind of miss 40K. I kind of miss my orcs. I kind of miss my Dark Eldar. I kind of want to play Space Dwarves. But I kind of like having my money go towards other things instead. The fact that Space Dwarves are a thing in 40K again. Makes me kind of happy. Because I would play them. Yeah, piece of advice, if someone says, hey, I'm curious about this game, I'm looking at this army, immediately jumping on, oh, this army sucks for tournament play right now. When that's the army that they were looking forward to getting into, it's basically going to kill any interest that they had in coming back to the game or getting into the game. Don't do that. If someone says they wanted to play an army and you just stand in the way and say you really shouldn't, even if you know the meta or whatever, you're basically just gonna lose a player that would have otherwise played. And every time you convince a player to not try, you're basically shooting your own community in the feet by doing so. If someone wants to try an army, encourage them. Say, all right, here's what you're going to need to get started. Here's your headquarters. Here's your troops. Here's some other options you might consider. Because it's better to encourage people to try, even if the decision might not work out. Again, it goes back to the whole artist thing. Should want to encourage people to try. You know, things that are creative and fun and stuff, instead of standing in the way and saying, no, you don't want this. You think you do, but you don't. Don't be like that. If someone tells me that they want to play EVE Online, even knowing how much frustration I've gone through, I will still encourage them to try it. I will probably say, you are curious about EVE Online, cool. Try it out in alpha for at least a week or two before you fully invest in Omega. The longer you can withstand um, the grind of alpha before before paying for Omega, the better. Because if you can do something for free for a long time, might as well make the most of it. But of course, if you want to go further, by all means, go for it. If there are things you're looking at, I can maybe point out some stuff that I'm familiar with. And if I'm not familiar with it, I will point to the EVE University site and say, that's probably your next step. Because I would like to see people come back to this game, or new people try it out. New people can shake things up and make for some interesting moments. And do the unexpected because they're entirely new to something. Oh, sorry, sorry person. Restricted access. Yeah. Seriously. Orbit. Fly. Okay. Orbits. Lock. Phantom. Missile. And start shooting. Did I seriously forget to reload since last time? On the flip side, if people are like, yeah, after looking at this, after seeing some things, I really don't want to try this. I'm not gonna push them to try. They've already got their, what they've seen figured out, and they don't like it. They're telling them to try anyway is not gonna make things better. Yeah, let's remember reload. As again, as nice as it would be to have more people playing this game, if their experience with it has not been positive to the point that they never want to touch the game again, I would not hold it against them. Another one. I'm curious. Show info. Information. Who are you? Public military school. See, I hope this person doesn't give up and leave their shit behind. I hope they pick themselves back up, get a ship with some cargo space, and come get their stuff. Okay. And keep on trying. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go back to Aram and get the rest of the pirate ships from there.
Port drive active.
Yeah, I've given up on one too many games, I think. Only playing them once or twice. I want to come back to Doom 3 and properly finish it and celebrate the 20th anniversary of Doom 3, August 3rd. I think the best way to remember Doom 3 August 3rd is to take the O's in Doom, merge them into an infinity symbol, and then turn the infinity symbol sideways to make it an 8. 8-3. That is still the scariest game that I'm willing to play. Or it's my standard for I'm okay with playing this game. Because hey, I have a gun. several guns and armor. If I get the crap scared out of me, I can at least shoot back. And then other games that are kind of spooky, but I'm okay with playing. Part of the Deception series, Trapped. I had it on the PS2. I could not beat it though. I play through it normally, get to a point, and I just could not get past it. So I'd make a note of, okay, we get to the Jace fight, or we get to this point, we say we're going to leave, and then do the Jace fight, and then do the New Game Plus thing. Have more stuff to work with. But I never got around to finishing that one. The vocal track for that was Japanese only, with English subtitles. An English dub track would have improved the game. Maybe just a little bit. Might have added some charm that it just felt was kind of missing. Because the subtitles were cheesy enough. The other spooky game I would consider returning to is Killer 7. That was a game I got curious about because of watching Zero Punctuation and catching the episode on No More Heroes. It's like, oh, Killer 7, I've never heard this before. Oh, by the way, the GameCube version is better. When it sucks to be the PS2 guy. I think there was a lot of that, the games that were ported to the PS2, and unfortunately took a dip in quality because they're on a system they weren't originally meant for. Which sucks, but I will, if I've got a system, I will take the game for the system and play it. It might not be the best quality, but it's for the system that I have. I have never owned a GameCube. I have no interest in supporting Nintendo. That might be a hot, controversial thing for me, but as much as I like some of their franchises and all that, I will never buy a Nintendo console ever again. Anyways. So, between Doom 3, Killer 7, and Remember Brain, Remember... I mentioned another one. But yeah, between those games, that's like my willingness to play scary shit. And Devil May Cry. Freaking first person underwater segments. Like, really? Yeah. Cell was not a fun side quest at all. And arguably Minecraft. That's another spooky experiments. I like to kind of joke that Minecraft is the Quake 2 we should have gotten as a sequel to a game of gates to hell and or gates to other worlds and polygonal entities. I'm annoyed my memory is failing me. Doom 3, Killer 7. What else scared the crap out of me? They're like, okay. Uh, the Metroid games have their spooky moments as well. I still want to play Dread, even though I said I don't want to mess with Nintendo shit anymore. I just have a hard time with the really scary, gory shit, or the like jump scare type stuff. Especially watching it, watching other people play. It's not entertaining for me to have to also feel that fear as well. I remember really, really early on in the Hollow End timeline of Gura playing Dark Deception, and I think after that first game over, I checked out. It's like, okay, this is too much for me. Good luck on getting through
Active.
scary maze game with murder monsters. I'm out. I refuse to get into the Five Nights shit. I'm just no. I'm glad people like that stuff cause and all that, but I can't. I'm sorry. I have to wonder how much stress my heart can take from scary crap. Goodness. No. I'm gonna figure out what my limits are. Where to go? And then with regard to movies, what scary stuff am I? What scary movies have I enjoyed? Even a little bit. I thought Cube was an interesting movie. I guess it's supposed to be like a symbolic of bureaucracy or whatever. I have no explanation for this, but I really want to watch Hellraiser. I have no explanation for why. I just want to see it one of these days. I remember um, Freddy versus Jason.
Active.
The movie was okay, but I really liked that soundtrack. There's so many interesting movie soundtracks out there. I used to have the one for The Matrix. I had the one for Freddy vs. Jason.
Warp drive active.
I currently have the soundtrack for the Monica Magica series. Which is freaking awesome. I also had in previous times I had the soundtrack for Dot Hack. Both the two Sign soundtracks. Well, at least the first two. I think there was a third I missed out on. And I had the one for the games. You know how Skate's staff is actually supposed to be a Celtic cross? Inside the jewel case for the Dot Hack game soundtrack CD, it shows Skates with a Celtic cross. That and the card game. It's like the only two exceptions for for the rule of we can't have this shown. Oh no, we can't show crosses. Oh no. We can't show someone on a cross getting data drained. Oh no. I had freaking Lapu cell tactics, and here reading about how they they fucked up the censorship. They fucked up the game so bad by trying to censor it. They don't ever claim you want to be the next Atlas, and then wimp out like that ever. The people crying about the symbolism and shit, they were never going to buy the game in the first place. You're trying to sell this to someone who actually cares about the game, has been waiting for the chance to get it. Seriously? This always pisses me off that there are people who just want to mess with the game's content because they don't like it. They would rather tell someone else to censor the game than to simply just not buy it. It makes no fucking sense. I think it's important that every creator stands their ground against that kind of interventionism. Like, if you have personal standards about not doing certain shit with your content, by all means, hold up those standards. And if you realize your standards are not what you want them to be anymore, and you want to change your content accordingly, have that discussion with your chat and say, hey, I'm going to be doing things differently. If you're willing to stick around, cool. If not, it was nice knowing you. But I'm going to do it anyway. But if someone tells you to, stop making the things that you like, and you stop doing it because of them, that's fucked up. If you ever change things, it should be because of your own change in vision and standards, not because of someone else pushing you around. I know I will always be open to covering the things that cross my interest, regardless of what people might say. If I come across if I end up with a copy of Puerto Rico, I will cover it. Period. Because I have not covered it for this channel, and Themis, you know, issues with the theme that most people have aside, it is still an important game for the mechanics that uh, it really brought to the table at the time. Apparently, the newer version wasn't up to snuff, apparently. Even though it gets more historical bits correct, it still was a disappointment to some. But, but even if that version crosses my radar, I'll cover that version. You know, again, it's you know those mechanics, the roll follow approach, and the other things that it brought in with the it's the way things happen. I will cover it. Ooh, excuse me. I'll cover it if I get my hands on a copy. But it's a game that a lot of people know around here, and there's plenty of copies floating around anyway. So probably feel like I'm preaching to the choir with the talking about the mechanics. But I never know if I actually find people who are new to these games and are happy to hear about them from me. Just generally curious who got to hear about a game for the first time because of seeing on my channel, you know.
Warp drive active.
That's one of the things I'm hoping for with featuring the games that I feature is getting more people to know about them, and in knowing about them, maybe go find a copy for themselves to enjoy. Play solo, play with other people, make house rules, make improved pieces, just learn about the game and enjoy it. And use the experience towards maybe making your own games. There's a video at the back of my mind. There's a video idea at the back of my mind that I'm thinking about doing next. And that is the board game primer. Just covering certain terms and other ideas for people who are stepping into you know, board games and want to get a better understanding of things about board games. Like, just things you might end up dealing with. Here's what these terms are, why they exist in the game. Something you should keep in mind regarding them. Again, like the term roll follow. Or the idea of a tableau of your cards. To keep everything all sorted out. Board games are a big universe just like Eagles. There are connections to each other. They're completely different markets sometimes. And if you go into the wrong board game, another player will completely curb stomp you with things you weren't expecting just because it's funny to them. Anyway,
Warp drive active.
okay, mission complete. I'm going to score my cash. Between the bounties, the salvage, and the daily goals, a lot of extra money coming in, which helps to kind of balance out the expenses I put into the industry. All right, all right, and into the next stage.
Warp drive active.
Let's go take care of business. Oh, speaking of gerbs, we're gonna take care of that after selling stuff, and then I'm done. We're done for today. It's been nice.
Warp drive
It's
active.
nicer playing when I've got the stream going. I feel like I can talk about stuff, and trying to figure out how to put things into words helps me do better at putting things into words. I remember in like grade school, sixth grade, I believe, I had to go into speech therapy. I'm not sure exactly how it helped, but it was something.
Warp drive active.
And then I got to have I did the speech and debate class in senior year of high school, which that's another thing that helps. And I got my first job at a convenience store, which required me to talk to people, which helps. I think I like staying in retail because I have to talk to people, including people I may not even know,
Warp drive
just
active.
to stay on top of my communication skills. Yeah. Despite it being my first and only language, English gets hard sometimes
Docking permission
for me.
requested. Docking request accepted.
Whereas, I should I should put that into knowledge. distro. My Thrasher. Okay. Yeah, that one was actually going to sell straight up. Okay. To remember to restock on missiles when I get back to my base. Still going. Another day and a half left of that one. Alright. We're probably reaching the end. So, anything else I want to talk about? I think after this is over, I'm going to get something to eat, and I'm going to watch a VOD for uh, a VOD that I missed from Brandon during New York. I'll watch that. It's fun to listen to sometimes, even if I don't really get in on all um, the really, I don't know how to call it, the jokes about gooning and edging and JO crystals and whatever. Even though if I don't really get into that, I still want to cheer him on because I think he's pretty cool. My FPS is so crashing right now. It's my computer. What's my computer doing that my FPS is not doing so well? Uh, Screw it. We just push forward until this is over. We're going to move you over to the notification. I still stand by my hope that if I can sell enough of this crap to build up the ISK to do so, I want to pay for my next month entirely in ISK by buying a Plex because that's an option. So, as well. And of course, the people who sell the Plex for money get a bunch of ISK to fund whatever idea they have in mind for what they want to do in the game. There's a question to all the EVE Online veterans out there. When you sell your Plex for ISK, what do you end up spending it on? Are you kidding me? Remind me where this is. No. I'm not taking that risk. Fuck it. I will, however, There we go. Take that approach. I don't want this done. It's fine. Oh, yeah. So many paths to take in this game. Focusing on one is kind of its own challenge. There's building up ships and fitting them with combat gear for fights. There's picking up blueprints and researching them and getting the resources to make them. There's focusing on getting the resources themselves and either putting them towards your own manufacturing or selling them straight up. There's managing the corporations. There's another thing I need to figure out in this game is how to make the most of having a corporation in this game. I know I need to get an office, and I can have a number of people up to certain skill limits. But what would I actually do? EVE Online veterans, what do you do with your corporations? Do you go hang out in asteroid belts and laser beam rocks and shoot the shit about whatever's going on today? Do you assemble people into a fighting force, take on other corporations or pirates or whatever? To explore the wild frontier of wormhole space? What do you do with your corporation? I am curious to know. Right.
Warp drive
Cut
active.
off. Oh, there's those. Oh, I'm just now getting those. Okay. Alright. I think that's all the bounties I've been waiting for. Okay. Alright, we're in the home stretch. I'm gonna stand up and stretch for a moment myself.
Warp drive active.
Bring up the microphone to me for a minute while I'm stretching. It's nice I can just collapse the little tripod stand for the microphone and pick it up and hold it in my hand. Might be fun for actually trying to, sing. Uh, yeah, I can't sing sitting down. It's a, uh, I gotta be standing up. It just doesn't feel right to sit down and sing. Oh,
Active.
what did I want to sing? I've been wanting to sing Vicarious by Tool, you know. I'm the TV, 'cause tragedy thrills me. You know, well, these days it's high on the Twitter feed. And I think I also wanted to sing like Offspring as well. Hey, come out and play. I love that song. I miss the 90s sometimes.
Drive active.
But I don't miss the bad shit that happened in the 90s. So, hey. Too easy even to be nostalgic for the old times and be blind to the worst parts of it. I say I miss the 90s, I only miss the things about it that made me happy.
Drive active.
They were an interesting time, though. They'd definitely be something I'd read about. Just say, oh yeah, I kind of remember this stuff. And that stuff too. But then it would like immediately sting the moment that, oh yeah, he died and he died and he died and they died and all that. Fuck. God damn it. Why did I have to be reminded about this?
Docking permission requested. Docking
The
request.
important thing to remember is, the good things that came out of it, or the good things they got to leave behind, the life that they got to live that meant something. Still have the music. Other uh, good things that came out of the 90s for me. I'm sure they were there before, probably like the 80s, but rollerblades, which were a fun method of transportation for me, and also a tool of thrill seeking, going flying down a hill in rollerblades and hoping that I don't have to make an emergency stop. Because if I have to make an emergency stop in rollerblades, I'm going to go flying. I will either fall or I will hit something and go flying. I hope there's no car hit at that intersection by the time I get to the bottom of that hill. Fingers crossed. I miss being a little brother in the Big Brother program and getting to um, go do fun things I wouldn't normally get to do otherwise because it's not like my mom could really afford it. And I could get some insight into the way an independent man lives his life with productivity and enjoying the arts and cooking his own meals and keeping a clean home by his own efforts. And exploring the things that they think are cool, like rock climbing or going for hikes on trails, or flying a little two-seater airplane, listening to the music of the 90s and 80s, going to laser light shows, see various lasers making patterns and characters and stuff to the tunes of Jimi Hendrix, The Doors, Rush, Beastie Boys, Metallica, Offspring. Those are some fun fucking times. I miss those.
Drive active.
One of the things I also got to do was play board games. I got like once a month, I'd actually visit his house and he might make or order dinner, but also get board games we play, and that was a fun time. It's probably why I didn't completely
Docking permission requested. Docking request
abandon
accepted.
my interest in board games after the shit show that was an extended relative throwing a fit over Monopoly. I remember in my mom's house, or the trailer, so we were at a trailer park, and we're playing Monopoly, and it just wasn't too happy about. I think because I let the dice fall out of my hand instead of rolling them, which I know is dumb. I should have re-rolled them. But he just had to go the most angry, violent thing. I just had to throw the worst tantrum over it. And then my mom kicked him out. We didn't see him ever again. But no, the my big brother in that program was a really cool guy, and I'm glad I got to have those fun experiences. Then we went to some sports games and went camping with a couple of his friends. One of whom was a lady, so that was cool. And go inner tubing down a river. Inner tube or rowboat, one of those two. Inflatable raft. Let's see here. Do I save money or do I save risk? What am I afraid of? Really? We drop those off. Like 400, 413 per. And I'm planning to make 12 of them. Is for 4,100, 49, 5,000. But considering there's other stuff I'm going to end up making anyway. No. Cancel. There's another approach to this. $160. I think I get 60% out of these ores. So there's 80, 96. 96 if I buy 100. If I buy 100 units. 100 units is nearly 5,000. Is, no, 5. 100 units is 500,000. Almost. 499 and 499,900 gets me 100, gets me 96. $96 times. Let's just round it up to 100. To get 100 would be 159,300 versus 499,900 for 96. But it also provides McSellen and Pyrite as well. Do I, considering how cheap it is just to get Pyrite if I need it? Save money, save risk. What would you do? Do you want to live forever? Do you? Here's what we do.
Warp drive active.
Going to drop off this stuff. And going to switch over to another ship. Switch over to the ship that actually makes the runs that I rely on. Beneath notice who would actually go out of their way to stop a probe. The people watching this? Oh yeah. I should look. 15 views. No one's currently watching this, so
Warp drive active.
no one is aware of the plans. And by the way, thank you 15 people for stopping by. But now for the last stage for today.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Right. Um Let's say the player never used it. Destro. Metal scraps get reprocessed. The titanium we're gonna need later. Okay. Before I forget, because I'm probably going to be wanting to take it out later. Sometime. Alright. Board ship. Stack them. Alright. One moment. A little bit more water. And let's finish this. Thank you. Sec. Gotta stop those mosquitoes before they start. And I'm back. And I actually have iced tea because my mom is nice enough to share her iced tea with me. To get something to share with her at some point. Oh, it's good. I need to get more tea again one of these days. All right, if you're ready, I'm ready. Let's go. All right. I've been keeping my headphones off for all this. I can wear them and hear the ambience and other stuff from the game, but wearing the headphones for too long is actual pain on my ears. I generally try to avoid wearing headphones in general. I've done it, but because of my ear cartilage, sometimes it just can't be avoided.
Warp drive active.
Especially doing this stuff. What else? I think around the end of the month, I want to get out of town for a bit. I wanted to do it last month, but things just fell apart, so I missed out on the opportunity.
Warp drive active.
I like going up to Colorado Springs quite a bit and just checking out the stores there. Uh, Pueblo just doesn't have as much. It'd be nice to see it get more, but I think there's a lot of bureaucracy going on or something. Just red tape getting in the way. I was kind of surprised to see a batting cage open, or a little batting range for people.
Warp drive active.
There's a lot of empty storefronts down here. Like, what, two Safeways got closed. And Albertsons got closed. A lot of empty stuff in the mall. Mostly the Sears. Kmart got closed.
Warp drive active.
They'll probably turn the Sears into Spirit Halloween again, like usual. There were times that was they used the old Kmart. It's always interesting to see what they use like each year. Like one time they used the old Toys R Us before it got turned into the Goodwill. They used this one thrift. Used to be a thrift store location up in Belmont for like 1 year, and then realized that's probably not the best location. I've seen the family, what used to be a Family Dollar over off of Prairie. I think that was last year. But it would be nice to have a permanent costume store like we used to have. I missed the lady who ran that one. Even when I made it clear, it's like, yeah, I'm actually getting these dresses, costume dresses for me. She was still cool about it, you know. I wish more people could be cool about it, you know, with costumes and such.
Warp drive active.
I feel like costumes are a good way of embracing things about yourself. Costume represents the character, character represents ideas and values, and those ideas and values are things you consider important. And taking up that character is a way to
Warp drive active.
just kind of make a shortcut of this is more or less who I am. Sometimes, though, I just really like the character.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Definitely want to see if there's more costume shorts I can do this year. I already featured that maid outfit for in the experimental line video. I think it's featured there too. All right.
Warp drive active.
But I encourage anyone to just find a costume for some character that you think is really cool and find a day to wear it, whether it's Halloween or a party or just a Friday night. Just wear it, embrace it. Gotta embrace the things that represent what's
Warp drive active.
good to you and put you on the right track mentally. It's always weird to see people embrace the things that bring them down. It's like, really? Why? If it's bringing you down, let it go, put it behind you, and keep on going. Why still cling to it? One of the things I'll never understand is how people online seem to have this like super reaction of OMG, I'm going to KMS or whatever to like whatever gives them this. even an ounce of intensity of a reaction. It's like, why? Why would you say that? That does not bode well for, you know, just doesn't bode well. I don't get why people have to talk negatively like that. Like, certainly, I would hope there's a more constructive approach of reacting, than saying that, that you don't want to be around anymore permanently. It just worries me sometimes that people are like that.
Drive active.
And to completely avoid trouble from both of the low security sectors on that run. Maybe I could stand to take this route a little more often. It means putting myself at risk, but the fact that there was no danger, maybe I really don't have anything to worry about.
Drive active.
I mean, is there is there anybody out there? Maybe there's some kind of explanation out there for why people are just so open to saying that stuff.
Drive
And that
active.
explanation is probably coming from them themselves. But there's just a lot of things people say online. And it's like, why was it really necessary to say this? And again, it's some of it's coming from people I do kind of care about and I'm cheering on. It's like, I think you're cool. I don't understand why you insist on saying this, but I'm still cheering you on to maybe, I
Drive
don't know,
active.
think of better things to say that aren't like that. I don't know. As much as I try to be this little demonic Skeleborg dude over here, I try to be part of everything. I still feel like kind of an outsider in my own way.
Drive active.
I don't really, I haven't really talked to a whole lot of people and said, hey, I'm a fellow creator. Maybe we could do shit together. I don't know. I have a hard time because so much distrust and suspicion and doubt has been sown into
Docking
this
permission
VTuber,
docking
this
request accepted.
online creator world that it's really hard to trust anyone in terms of their intentions and what they're gaining from it. And I hate that. I hate that the, the whole system of the whole idea of trust is on the shakiest ground. And it and of course it doesn't help that the kind of people that some people are just not into them an age. Some people just readily throw away that trust for their own advantage, which they'll end up losing when um, people find out, hey, this person's a freaking scumbag. Oh, you sad, sad person. You were trying to sell it to me, weren't you? Okay. It's not over. Let me double check something. Okay. Uh, but for what it's worth, it seems like people can get along online and can work together towards constructive, you know, efforts. A lot of things that just wouldn't be possible without working together, like music videos and big art projects and conventions and big gaming events and everything else.
Warp drive active.
Speaks well to the fact that, trust is not dead on the internet. It just takes a lot of work. And it takes good people willing to take risks, but also taking them in a calculated manner so that in case things do go wrong, they can have something to fall back on. And all these people doing these big things are pretty big signals online, but for me, running under the radar, not catching as much attention as others, is probably better for my state of mind. I'm happy with people checking me out, and I'm happy to see more people, coming around. But I'd rather it be like a slow and steady approach like this, rather than just getting a shitload of fame and followers out of nowhere. I don't think I could handle that. Or I'm afraid of how I might mishandle that. Honestly, I don't handle things nearly as badly as I've seen other people handle things, but
Warp drive active.
I'd rather not be in that position before I'm ready for it in the first place.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
If I had a bunch of followers, how much would it change the person that I am right now? I wouldn't want it to change me in the wrong kind of way. I would want it to maybe push me forward a little bit further in terms of being more active with what I'm doing, be more creative, and more inspired to try new things with the channel. But I have my limits. No amount of fame, no amount of followers will ever get me to do ASMR or boyfriend experience or anything
Warp drive active.
overtly romantic that I'm not comfortable with. The the fandoms are lined with the people who got burned by those experiences, curled on the ground crying, how could they fall for that sometimes. I can understand people looking for affection and love and everything, but getting that from random people online, acting as entertainers for a wide audience, I have to wonder if that's really a responsible idea. Because after my own experience with romance, I keep thinking about what's responsible and what's not responsible. And I know for my part, I want to be on the responsible side of things for any kind of relationship, whether friendly or romantic or professional.
Warp drive active.
I don't want to repeat mistakes. I don't want to repeat other people's mistakes. Nice. I can only hope that people who clearly have blinders on
Docking permission requested.
can see the full
Docking
picture
request accepted.
and understand the consequences of things before the actions are fully resolved. And maybe just get out of those situations. And if they need help to get out of situations, hopefully they've got resources through other people. Process. Scraps. Okay. Is that it for today? I need to pick up 3 more smart fab units. Then I need to pick up the high-tech transmitters and the nuclear reactors. Wait a minute. Keep saying I want to hit the end of this, but part of me wants to keep going. $149 and non-existent. Toxic and precious. Silicon and fibers. Take auto trips. which require a temperate world. Import precious metals to the lava planet. Completely reconfigure the um instead of extracting carbon compounds, extract autotrophs and turn them into the fibers. This is what I do with my planetary industry on the temperate world. This is what it's going to take. We take a break from making the um, miniature electronics. We stop making that, and instead we export the silicon to the temperate planet, along with toxic metals, and then import the precious metals to the temperate planet, and use the advanced factory there to make the neutronium. With factory there to make the fiber shielding, and combine them together into the nuclear reactors, so I don't have to buy them. But the problem is paying all the import and export taxes is going to be a pain in the ass. But I could then supply a market that has space. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait for how many? One. Yeah. I'm going to wait for all the carbon compound stuff to end. And then I'm going to install a new extraction program, change the schematics of the biofuels to match it, and then start messing with everything else to make the things that I need on that end. What was the other thing I need? High tech transmitters. Take transmitter and polar armads. I can make the transmitters no problem. It's the polyarmads that are a pain in the ass. Industrial fibers, again, which are coming from the autotrophs. And oxidizing compound, which, if I stop making the oxides and just reroute the oxidizing compounds from the gas world straight to the launch pad and import that, I can make my own high-tech transmitters, and that will cover the mobile depot project 100%. But again, I'm waiting until planetary industry comes to a halt on that planet. So setting an alarm for 9 hours and 46 minutes, probably 10 hours to round up and let any production finish. So 10 hours from now is um, for 6:30-ish in the morning. I get up at 6, I take a shower, get breakfast, come back to this game, and then fix my planetary industry spaghetti. Where the hell are auto tropes anyway? Is that it? No filter. It's like just a bare hint of blue across everything. 7% resource density. Filter, no filter. Where the absolute fuck? Yeah, can you tell? It just puts a little bit of blue over everything. Just the barest hint of it. Yeah. Get up early, get shower, get breakfast, find out how much will be left in my paycheck after I cover my bills, and then get to this absolute madness. This, if you can handle this, I challenge you to take it up in this game. Planetary Industry and EVE Online. What a challenge. Alright, well, I think I'm done for today. Go get some leftover burritos, get another cup of tea, go watch my Random the Orc archive. Start thinking about my stitching projects that I really want to get back to. It's been a nice time. So, I hope it was a nice time for y'all, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. This has been Pillar Nexus. I'd like to wish you good evening, night, morning, day, whatever time it is for you. I hope it's a good one. We'll see you later.